Да. Так. Нет, он берет и для этого. Не болезнь, конечно. Наоборот, осуждение. Занятно. Ну, да, это не надо. Я вот это и ну, это ничего, ничего, ничего. Ну, ладно. Actually, no, you Philip.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beauty. Это знаешь, что такое?
Это не какие-то старые. Нет.
Вредные.
как все еще. Эй, ну ты здесь просто веруешь. Эй, плохо.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's Folge, Veggies sein. Aber mal. Protagonista, né?
Giusto così. Я тоже говорю. Ну это хотя бы на что-то похоже, понимаешь? Ну, ладно. В чем преимущество женщин? Она забеременела, и все, ей есть чем заняться на ближайшие годы. Удачно, да, понимаю. Лучший вариант. Ладно. А сказал про ой, что же опасно, да. Да. Ой, нет. Крючки
Кто придумал лучшие варианты? Что я только... Ну ладно.
Ой, что вы Чего, да? Что получилось? Да, вот это правильно. Чай семья. Штандарт.
Jeunesse.
Не сейчас. Согласна, нет? Вся жизнь хороша.
Ну, да, да.
Ничего.
Вот это мы имеем в виду. Мовите. Отечество. Что?
Ну что, все.
Я знаю, что Ну хорошо, я буду иметь ребра, что не знаю. Вот это у меня. Ну.
Что не тем занимаешься, перекос.
Да.
Смотрел бы хоть рано. Что такое?
Отлично.
Охренеться просто. Охренелся. Охренеть.
Хорошо.
Ну что дальше? А дальше что? Ладно, все плохо, все хорошо. Протрезвели через месяц. Дальше все.
Да, даже да, поймешь. Это что, да. Хорошо отношения? Ну, то, что уж так уж.
А, что показывает?
Борода, да. Опа.
C'était aussi ces doigts pour jouer deux fois de la suite, la première fois. Puis c'est la seconde fois. C'est pas le petit maintenant, affine le diamètre horaire des doigts.
А прям вообще? скорее.
Че? Зачем? Ja.
Asparagus. Bien. Bien. Untitled.
Hello and welcome to today's talk, Wednesday the 26th of January. Now mostly today I want to look at the new round of the REACT study, which is the largest antigen study in the world, looking at large numbers of people in England. But just before we get on to that, I just want to do a quick orientation. So this is new daily confirmed cases per million people. Now we see countries that are very highly vaccinated, like Israel and Denmark, getting huge numbers of breakthrough infections. So there's no question that the Omicron symptomatic is smashing through the vaccine-induced defences. But it is important to remember for people that have not had natural infection, the vaccine is vital to keep them out of hospital. So we need to keep that perspective. Now, so Israel, Denmark, very high cases per capita. France is going up. Gibraltar, also very highly vaccinated, of course, cases remaining high, I would say, in Belgium. In Gibraltar, and exactly the same figures as Belgium, coincidentally. Netherlands increasing with Omicron. United States, where it looks like things are just starting to go down in the United States, as we've looked at. Germany, they're still going up. United Kingdom, from that, they're levelish, but we do believe... Well, actually, the United Kingdom is a bit complicated. It has been going down, but there's been just a little blip lately, a bit of an uptick lately. So we'll have to discuss that separately at some point. Ireland going down nicely, reflecting the short-lived Omicron wave in Ireland, Japan, Canada, and India. And I haven't got it on that graph there, but New Zealand. When you look at New Zealand on this graph, it actually looks flat, but in actual fact, there are some community cases in New Zealand now. And we'll be looking at some of the implications for that later on. Basically, it means Omicron is going to spread around New Zealand. So if you're in New Zealand now, I would expect to be infected with Omicron over the next couple of months, is the likely scenario, I believe. So that was cases. Now, hospitalizations. Now, we see that the United States is still high, as indeed is France. Now, in the United States, it's partly the financial incentive that they get reimbursement if people are diagnosed with COVID when they're admitted. So they're certainly on the lookout for that because of the financial reasons, but it's also because of the comorbidities in the States causing high levels of hospitalization. France, I think that reflects the increasing cases lately. Belgium, Canada, United Kingdom, hospitalization slightly up in the United Kingdom. Israel, given the very high number of cases in Israel, relatively low, well, very low levels of hospitalization, really. Ireland, Denmark, Japan, Netherlands. So if, for example, just look at Israel there. So that's where Israel is in the sort of hierarchy of hospitalizations. Just a little bit below the UK at the moment, has been a little bit above. When we look at the cases, wow, I mean, they're right up there. So we see that vaccination and previous infection is protecting against severe outcomes, which is good. Now, but as we'll see, it's not protecting against symptomatic disease, or as we have seen, we'll see that further. So this is the REACT study, real-time assessment of community transmission findings, round 17. So this has been done pretty well every month, every 4 or 5 weeks since the start of the pandemic. And it's the REACT 1. The REACT 1, as you'll probably remember, is the study of the antigens. That's the actual virus itself. The REACT 2 is the study of the antibodies, the body's reaction to the virus. But this is REACT 1, just looking at antigen levels. And it's quite clever. It's conducted with Ipse Mori, which of course is the polling organisation. So a very professionally conducted study, funded by the UK government. Headline here: 65% of the infected said they had already had previously tested positive for COVID-19. So 65% of people who tested positive for Omicron in this wave reported that they had previously tested positive. So conclusive evidence here of reinfection. People are getting symptomatic disease. People are testing positive after previous infection, but they're much less likely to get hospitalized. Recorded case incidence levels in many countries around the world. As we've said, Omicron is the new pandemic. The real-time PCR test results: self-administered nose and throat swabs, randomly assigned throughout England. So it's a big study. They've got they sent out a lot more than this, but they've got over 100,000 results back. Patients or individuals from 5 years of age and over. Data here was collected between the 5th of January and the 20th of January 2020. And they're able to look at temporal, socio-demographic, geographical spread of the virus. They can look at all sorts. It's a really sophisticated study. They can look at viral loads. They look at the genome and the sequence data for positive swabs. So they can look at all of it. So if it's positive, in other words, they do a genomic analysis. So the results, swab positivity was 4.41%. Now, we have seen higher positivities in other countries, much higher in other countries, but this is the highest we've ever seen in the UK, or has been officially recorded. Threefold higher than it was in December 2021, which was Delta. So we see that basically there's massively more community transmission of Omicron, massively more, as we anticipated and as we've always maintained. So 1,400 sequence positive to the 16th of January, which is the time they've had to do the genomic sequences up to. 99% were Omicron, including 6, that's 0.43% of the BA2 variant sublineage. Now, if you watched yesterday's video, and I apologise for the poor sound yesterday, I think we've fixed it now, but the BA2 lineage is an Omicron variant. It didn't come from the BA1. They've both been, they're both developed separately from some common ancestor, probably a couple of months ago. And it looks like the BA2 is replacing the BA1. It's transmitting much more faster, but it's not making people sicker. So if anything, this could be good news, because it means that the herd immunity is going to develop quicker. But it's probably twice as transmissible as the BA1. So this is going to become the predominant strain. But it's not a cause for concern. It just means that it's going to spread around quicker, and that the waves should, more people will be infected more quickly, but there again, the wave is going to be more compressed. It doesn't seem to be causing more hospitalizations or more severe disease. 14.1% were Delta. So Delta now is probably just about gone. So remember, as of the 16th of January, it was 1% Delta. I would be amazed if Delta's, well, I would expect Delta now to be 0.1% or something like that. So Omicron's completely replaced Delta, as we predicted. Remember, there was Chris Ritchie was talking about this, and he said we had 2 pandemics. I said, I don't think we have. I think it's just a very transitory phenomena, and turns out I was right. Delta has been completely replaced by Omicron. Within round 17, prevalence was decreasing overall. So up to, when was it? Up to the 20th of January, prevalence was going down, but it was increasing in children aged 5 to 17. So this was just like a snapshot within the time period, because they do temporal analysis. That was between the 5th and the 20th of January. Swab positivity in the more at-risk 75-year-olds. Again, high community prevalence in older people with a greater risk of hospitalisation. It is transpiring through into some increase in hospitalisation, but not massive. Doesn't mean to say hospitals aren't severely stretched. My hospital colleagues are very stretched, and we've got a big backlog of cases as well. So it's not saying there's no problem, but it's in terms of the Omicron load on the health service, it is decreasing compared to the Delta, which is good. Large multiple occupancy households, the odds ratio was 1.66, about 66% more likely to be positive if you live in a large household. About 24% odds ratio 1.24, more likely to be positive in the urban areas. Now, I think this just reflected, well, partly it reflected the period of time that the cities were infected first, but also we know that the incidence in other parts of the country has never reached as high as it was in London. So London was particularly high, probably due to lower vaccination uptake rates in certain sectors of the population. And now the most, so people in more deprived areas, economically deprived areas, 33% more likely to be infected. But I'm not too sure about this because in what we might call, I don't like the term deprived areas, but what people call deprived areas, my thinking is that people would be more likely to do the swab if they were symptomatic, therefore you would pick up more people. So I don't really think we can interpret that as a genuine result, to be quite honest. This would appear to say the odds ratio is 1.33 or 33% increased chance if you live in a deprived area, but does that reflect propensity in what we're, for want of a better term, calling deprived areas, that there's an increased propensity to carry out the test if you are symptomatic? Because even though there was just over 100,000 people reported back on this study, over 800,000 people were asked to take part. So that's the big weakness, this sort of self-bias. So people that had 3 vaccines in round 15 and 16, and of course in round 15 and 16 it was mostly Delta, they had higher CT values, therefore they had lower viral loads. In other words, a third dose was reducing viral load, making severe illness less likely with Delta. This was not the case with Omicron. So people that had 3 doses of vaccine were not getting lower viral loads with Omicron, which is another aspect of vaccine immune escape that we're seeing with Omicron. Now, this continued on a finding that we've seen in the past rounds, in rounds 15 and 16, the distribution of CT values, in other words, the viral loads, were similar in unvaccinated and vaccinated children aged 17 and below. So the distribution of viral loads was similar in unvaccinated and vaccinated children. Now, what this seems to mean is that whether children are vaccinated or not doesn't influence their viral loads if they become infected, which is interesting. Because this means that if children are infected, whether they're vaccinated or not, is not going to influence significantly how much virus they're shedding, and therefore the likelihood that other members of the family will be infected. So that's an interesting point. Prevalence in those shielding was 3.43% people shielding, and in those not shielding it was 4.61%. Now that's not a massive difference, given that these people are shielding and these people are not. That's not a huge difference between the two, indicating that you can't really, or this proportion of people couldn't shield themselves against Omicron because it's just so transmissible. And the BA2 is even more transmissible than the original Omicron. So shielding looks like it's no longer effectively shielding for that proportion of people. Conclusions. Unprecedented level of infections with SARS coronavirus 2 in England, yep, that's for sure. Almost complete replacement of Delta by Omicron, as we have long anticipated. Vaccination, including the booster campaign, remains the mainstay of the defence against hospitalisation, yes. Against infection, no. Given the high levels of protection against hospitalisation, so that's true. So it does give good levels of protection against hospitalisation in people that have not been previously infected. However, further measures beyond vaccination may be required if the very high rates of Omicron infection persist, but they don't quite say what that is. But that brings us on to the World Health Organization quite nicely. So Hans Klung is the European head of the WHO. Between vaccination and natural immunity through infection, Omicron offers plausible hope for stabilization and normalization. In other words, it looks like Omicron has saved the situation, according to Hans Klum there from the WHO. Good to see that it's not saying it's WHO advice that's taken, that's helped us out. It's just the fact that we've been sufficiently fortunate to have this Omicron wave. Dr. Tedros, though, the overall boss of the WHO, it's dangerous to assume that Omicron will be the last variant or that we are in the end game. Well, I think we are in the end game, actually. On the contrary, globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge. Well, that is true, as we've seen with this Omicron subvariant, the BA2 has emerged. But it seems to have the same characteristics of Omicron, so we're not particularly worried. It's true that we'll be living with COVID for the foreseeable future. Yes, it is becoming endemic, at least for a period of time. And he says, Dr. Tedros says it's a preventable and treatable disease. Well, preventable? Well, I don't think it is preventable, Dr. Tedros, actually. I think the data we've just shown there on people shielding, if they can't prevent it and they're shielding, then how can anyone else prevent it with anything like a normal life? So I disagree quite profoundly. I don't think it is preventable. And we know that vaccination doesn't prevent against symptomatic disease either. And to talk about treatments, the World Health Organization to talk about treatments really is a bit rich considering their track record on, shall we say, not encouraging certain treatments that have been proposed. So, but anyway, we report what they say. Now, Omicron in New Zealand, what is going on in New Zealand? We could do some video reports from New Zealand because it's hard to see what's going on really. We do know there's some cases, we do know there's some community spread. I'm anticipating that if you live in New Zealand, you are going to be infected fairly soon. Same as Western Australia, of course, these places that have been closed off. Omicron will get through and will spread rapidly throughout these populations. And the response of the government in New Zealand, I can't follow it all in detail, but I know that a lot of people in New Zealand are concerned. So this is from a concerned emailer in New Zealand. Now, I do know who this person is, but I haven't got permission to release their name yet. They may allow their name to be released, but I won't release it yet because I haven't got express permission to do so. There were many at the borders in the quarantine system, so lots of people were being caught but being quarantined. But now it's entered society. Very, very hard to quarantine Omicron if you're getting any people coming in and out of the country at all. So there is some community spread now in New Zealand, albeit limited. I think at the moment, from memory, it's about 12 cases. It's about 12 to 15 cases per million. So it's only a few. That's a few tens of cases in the country, and that means Omicron has essentially got a foothold if they're community cases, as they are. So inevitably going to spread throughout New Zealand. Now, the thing about New Zealand is it's got very limited natural immunity. So they are depending on vaccine-induced immunity. Now, that puts them in the same situation as Australia, and we have seen that that works to a large extent. So I am fairly optimistic about it. And of course, the Omicron will give that extra boost of immunity that people get from natural infection. So all of New Zealand's in red. It's not a lockdown. Over 90% vaccinated, almost entirely Pfizer's, with booster now offered to children +5. Okay. You protect your grandma by getting vaccinated, is what they're saying in New Zealand. Do you? Because the data we've just looked at, the distribution of CT values for both the E and the N genes was similar in unvaccinated and vaccinated children aged 17 years and below in rounds 15, 16 and 17 of the REACT study. In other words, the viral loads, looking at the viral load of the E and the N genes, the two internal genes, these are the ones that are not affected by vaccination in England. The viral loads were similar in unvaccinated and vaccinated children who became infected. So if children become infected, whether they're vaccinated or not, will not protect grandma. So I don't like this sort of emotional presentation unless it's scientifically accurate. And we see that if children are infected, this is not scientifically accurate, as demonstrated by this study. So I report on what's being done in New Zealand. My comment, this is not my comment, this is the comment of my writer. In order to have such high rates of vaccination, both government sources and media really created a false fear to do so. Sorry to hear that. If you're in New Zealand, and this is not your impression, do let me know. Almost bullied those who are not vaccinated with an informal narrative that the unvaccinated could spread, while the vaccinated do not. So this old idea that you get vaccinated to protect those around you in the age of Omicron is less accurate, to put it mildly, than it was in Delta. The reason to get vaccinated in New Zealand is to protect yourself from hospitalisation. So let's just, I would much prefer to be honest about that. People in New Zealand are no more stupid than the people in England. We respond to truth and reason, not to information which could be construed as being one-sided. We were told that the government has a contract for Novavax as well as Pfizer. Now, this is a bit spooky. What's happened to Novavax protein-based vaccines? Why are we relying entirely on the genetic mRNA vaccines in New Zealand? Why aren't they using adenovirus vector vaccines in New Zealand? Why are they relying entirely on Pfizer? The horrendous models of hospitalizations and death presented on the news were less than accurate, according to this writer. So let's hope he's got the wrong impression there, and that the government of New Zealand is taking people along with them by explaining what is actually true. And just to illustrate this, we did look at this a few days ago, but this is the hospitalizations in California. This has got massive relevance to New Zealand, because there's not a lot of natural infection. Now, what this shows is that, so the higher up this graph you are, the greater the risk. So this is the worst here. So this line here with people at very high risk for hospitalization are in people that are unvaccinated with no previous exposure to COVID-19. So to get the risk down, people in New Zealand who've got no previous COVID-19 diagnosis, they haven't been exposed, they need to be vaccinated. And if you're vaccinated in New Zealand, that will take your risk of hospitalization down from this line down to this line here. You will massively reduce your risk. Now, you won't reduce your risk as much as people that are unvaccinated and have been exposed to the natural infection. But given that that's not an option in New Zealand at the moment, until Omicron comes, the risk from New Zealand is via, the reduction in risk in New Zealand is via vaccination. So it's going to take it down from that level of risk, 16, 18 times more likely to get hospitalised, down to that level of risk there, which is vaccinated with no previous exposure to natural infection. As we've said, natural exposure is better, but that's not an option in New Zealand. And that black line there, which is slightly lower, vaccinated previous COVID-19 diagnosis. So people that have been, actually, we can't really separate those lines, that would be, they're basically the same, those lines. And in terms of risk of getting the infection, again, we see the same thing. This is rates of laboratory confirmed COVID-19 cases in New York. And again, we see the unvaccinated are getting many more cases. And if you are vaccinated with no previous exposure, that will bring your risk down to that level. So we are seeing the necessity of vaccinating adults, at least in New Zealand, to reduce that risk. Because while Omicron is less pathogenic, it can still make people sick if they are totally unprotected. And someone is totally unprotected if they've not been vaccinated and not had natural exposure. I'm looking forward to this sort of benefit, as we see here from people that have had natural infection, very low risks of infection, very low risk of hospitalisation once they've been exposed to Omicron. And we know from Professor Clancy that we can't go on vaccinating because there's a law of diminishing returns with vaccine. So if you've had 2 doses of vaccine, you're protected from symptomatic disease substantially for about 20 weeks. If you've had a 3rd dose, you're protected for about 10 weeks. If you've had a 4th dose, that will go down further. It is not immunologically possible to keep vaccinating people and still have a good immunological response. We have to move on, in my view, to natural infection, but we have to do that while we are still covered by these dramatically effective vaccines, demonstrated they're protecting against cases and demonstrated they're protecting against hospitalizations. So you don't want your risk to be up here, you want your risk to be down there, and that is achievable with vaccination, even if you have not been naturally exposed. Okay, there we go. So many things we could have picked to look at today, but that's just what we chose to look at. Oh, now I've been leaving these books here for ages. You can. These are my books. These are the books what I wrote. So you can download these completely free. So this one's on disease processes. I put lots of diagrams in as well. And this one's on normal body function. So any interested person could read this one on normal body function, I would think, and make a bit of sense of it. Just see how your body works a little bit more. And as we say, those PDFs were made them completely free to download because that means people in all parts of the world can download them. And there has been lots of downloads, particularly in poor parts of the country, poor parts of the world, well over 100,000. So that is good. So download the PDFs, put it on your phone. There is a mobile phone-friendly version as well as a PC-friendly version, and no need to be bored. Okay, thank you for watching. Well, welcome to today's talk. It's still Tuesday, the 25th of January, although by the time I upload this, it'll probably be Wednesday, the 26th of January. Now, I want to talk about this new Omicron variant that people have been writing to me about in probably 1,000 or so of you. A lot of concern about this so-called BA.2 variant. Is there a new variant of Omicron? Yes. Am I concerned about it? No. But I'll give you the full details on that. So if you haven't got time to watch the whole podcast, that summarizes it. But before we do that, I just very briefly want to look at South Africa's past as a guide to our present. And this is the data from South Africa from Dr. Rikawan Subliman.
You want an emotional melody? I got it.
Much melody.
You want a dark melody? I got it.
Much melody.
Hi, and welcome to today's episode of Piano TV. I wanted to sit down and chat with you guys about grade 3 piano. So the RCM and the ABRSM are the two major grading systems that are in the world. The RCM is as far as I know, mainly North America and Europe and England, whereas the ABRSM is more global. So what we're going to do today with this grade 3 talk through is we're going to go through all of the different requirements at a grade 3 level. So we're going to talk about the piece requirements, we're going to talk about the technique, the ear, the sight reading, and all the little details that you're kind of expected to have figured out at this level. So let's just get started. So grade 3 piano generally corresponds with your 5th year of piano if you're a kid. I mean, oftentimes it's the start of the 3rd year if you're an adult. It really just depends on how hard you work. So grade 1 and grade 2 and the preparatory levels are all about the beginner stages. You learn how to read notes and rhythms with increasing complexity. So once you finish this level, you should be pretty comfortable like saying most of the notes on the staff, reading intervals, and basic rhythms, and even slightly more complicated rhythms. So by the time that you get all that out of the way and you hit grade 3, the first intermediate level, you can start focusing a little bit more on theory and history and interpretation instead of just like constantly drilling rhythms and note reading. Basically everything between grade 3 and 6 is considered to be an intermediate level, and then once you hit grade 7, that's when things start getting more advanced. Grade 3 RCM and grade 3 ABRSM are roughly equivalent in how difficult they are in the level, which is why I'm doing a combined video of both of them. So for grade 3 RCM exams, you need to prepare 5 pieces. So 2 of those are etudes, which are studies, and then 3 of them are repertoire, so like your actual pieces. And then ABRSM is the same, except you don't do etudes. You just do 3 pieces, only the main pieces, no etudes. The RCM and ABRSM both have 3 categories for pieces at this level. They have a List A, List B, and List C category. So we're going to start by talking about the List A category. So List A pieces in the RCM are Baroque dances. So Baroque, that was between the mid-1600s to the early 1700s. We've done videos on the Baroque period if you want more details. But anyway, you got a bunch of minuets because minuets are some of the easiest dances to play. But you also have other dance styles like a gavotte, a bourrée, a musette, and so on. This is also a perfect time to pick up the notebook for Anna Magdalena Bach, which is basically like the Bach gateway. This is the easiest Bach that you can buy, and it's a good way to, gradually increase your Bachitude, before you get into little preludes and stuff like that. Some of the easiest pieces in this book start at a grade 3 level, and then they progressively get more difficult, all the way up to like a grade 6 or grade 7 level. So this is a book that can have some lasting power in your repertoire. Now, these Baroque dances, beyond Bach, like all of them, are written in contrapuntal style, which just means that it's 2-voice style. There's 2 independent melodies that are being played simultaneously. So it's a little bit more of a hand independence workout. In the ABRSM, List A merges both Baroque and classical eras. So you get some dances just like you do with the RCM by Haydn, CPE Bach, and Scarlatti, and some other guys. But you'll also see the first Clementi Sonatina in this group, which we're going to talk about in a second here. And I just want to make a note too. I say this every time I do a video like this, but List A is almost always the most, it depends, List B gets difficult too, but List A is almost always the most difficult for most students because classical and Baroque pieces are the oldest styles we learn on the piano. And because they're the oldest, they're the most unfamiliar. And they usually also require the most dexterity and hand independence to do right. So next up are the List Bs. So first of all, in the RCM, this is going to mean classical and classical style music. This is actually the first grade that the RCM splits the Baroque and classical into 2 separate categories, which ABRSM is in this grade. So there's a few different styles of pieces in this category, but
разбегусь.
really importantly, it includes the main feature, I think, of grade 3 piano, which is the sonatina. I think that sonatinas are way too difficult to begin before grade 3 level. Some people like to get into them right away, but I do disagree with that because they require a blend of really important skills and techniques, like being able to do fluid scale passages. There's cadences, and you need to be able to kind of understand the theory of cadences. And then there's all those difficult and quick classical accompaniment styles like Alberti bass, just as a random famous example. So starting in grade 3, we can begin to study Clementi's super famous Opus 36 sonatinas. And this is the easiest one in this collection is the first one. So that's, it's a big project for most students, but it's really, really rewarding. When I was first learning piano, I was always really frustrated by the challenges of classical era music, like sonatas and sonatinas, because they were challenging, right? These were the pieces that I tended to procrastinate on. But once I was able to play them, I usually found them to be like super fun because they have a lot of variety. There's a bunch of changing parts, and they're really, really fast, so that can be fun too. So they take a while to perfect, but I do think that sonatas and sonatinas end up being really awesome show-off pieces. Just kind of showing you pages from the syllabus here. The ABRSM's List B choices are a little bit different. So since List A encompassed the Baroque and Classical periods, the List B is Romantic era music, so 19th century. Romantic era music is usually really loved because it's expressive. There's like, interesting titles like Witch's Dance, which is a bit of a comparison from the less exciting titles like Minuet. And finally, we have the List Cs. These are pretty similar between the RCM and ABRSM, so I lumped them all together on the page here. They both focus on 20th and 21st century modern pieces. So it's in this category that you're going to come across the modern genres like jazz and blues. You're going to find mood pieces and character pieces and pieces with strange titles and really abstract pieces and all kinds of different things. So this is the category for music by people like Christopher Norton, Martha Muir, Mike Schoenmel, and others who are some of my favorite modern composers. The RCM requires a 4th and 5th piece to be learned, and these are called studies or etudes. And what these are designed around are a specific technical concept. So when you're learning an etude, it's going to surround itself with one technique to build. So like maybe it's about light staccatos, maybe it's about working with fifths or chromatic scale passages and different stuff like that. Etudes can be old pieces like from the 1700s, but they could also be modern by guys like Christopher Norton. And they could be anything from super weird and quirky sounding to more traditionally musical. The 5th and optional category in grade 3 piano and any RCM piano, this is RCM only, not ABRSM, is pop music. And a lot of people omit this category, but I think it's worth a look because it allows you one of my favorite modern composers. The RCM requires a 4th and 5th piece to be learned, and these are called studies or etudes. And what these are designed around are a specific technical concept. So when you're learning an etude, it's going to surround itself with one technique to build. So like maybe it's about light staccatos, maybe it's about working with fifths or chromatic scale passages and different stuff like that. Etudes can be old pieces like from the 1700s, but they could also be modern by guys like Christopher Norton. And they could be anything from, super weird and quirky sounding to more traditionally musical. The 5th and optional category in grade 3 piano and any RCM piano, this is RCM only, not ABRSM, is pop music. And a lot of people omit this category, but I think it's worth a look because it allows you to substitute one of your etudes for a pop song. And there's like a short list, and I'm just gonna flip ahead to level 3. You can kind of see there's a really big mix of everything from Broadway to Eleanor Rigby to modern stuff like Frozen, and then there's like classic rock and all kinds of things like that. And I mean, you might be thinking like, oh, pop music, this is gonna be super easy because I know it on the radio, but a lot of the times it's not, because sometimes these pop songs have really complicated rhythms. They're almost always a little bit longer, like, maybe some of your other pieces are 1 page, but these ones could be like 2 to 4 pages. But you can balance that with the fact that they're learn. So it's something to consider. So anyway, that covers, in a nutshell, every repertoire selection for an exam, if you're doing RCM or ABRSM. And you don't have to use this as an exam reference. If you don't do exams, that's fine. You can still kind of use this as a general idea of what different categories there are and what different song types and piece types that you're expected to. So anyway, let's go move on to the other important categories. So next in order of importance is technique. In the RCM, grade 3 is the first grade that you're expected to do 2-octave, like hands together scales, which is a little bit of a learning curve at first. Before this, it was all hands separate. So aside from those new scales and triads and formula patterns and different keys, the only other new thing to the RCM technique in grade 3 are 2-octave triads. So it's still hand separate, HS for hand separate, but instead of going 1 octave like you did in grade 1 and 2, now you're going to go 2 octaves. In the ABRSM for grade 3, you need to be able to play your scales hands together and separately. So that's actually what you did in grade 2 in ABRSM. So it's not a major change. The other major change, well, I guess really the only other major change is that there are now some hands together arpeggios, which are a little more challenging. So we've talked about the repertoire. We've talked about the technique. And that's going to make up the majority of your learning and your practice. But there are 2 more important categories that I don't want to overlook, and that is sight reading and ear training. So sight reading, I've got the RCM up right here. Basically, it just involves reading a little bit of a song, like a little bit of a piece in a fragment on the piano off the cuff. Like the examiner will pop some music in front of you, give you a few seconds, and then, you're off to the races. The RCM sight reading for this level is actually, I think, quite a bit easier than the ABRSM at this level. You only have to do a 4-measure passage, whereas in the ABRSM, you have to do a playback up to 8 measures, and you're going to be using slightly more unusual keys than these. Like you could have to, read a piece in E flat major, for example. But with the RCM, you have the additional hurdle of doing a sort of a rhythm reading. So the examiner will put a rhythm in front of you, and you're going to have to tap your toes a steady beat, and then, with your hands, you're going to have to tap the rhythm that you're reading in front of you. So you have to read a rhythm and you have to read a piece of music on the piano. Then we have the ear tests. So in the RCM, you have to listen to the examiner play something and clap back the rhythm, and you're going to have to be able to identify these different interval distances, so like minor and major thirds, perfect fourths and fifths, and you're going to have to be able to tell the difference between major and minor chords, and be able to tell if they're playing a root note or the third or the fifth of the chord. They're going to play like an individual note after they do the chord, and you have to do a playback. So that just means the examiner plays something and then you have to copy it back. For the ABRSM, it's pretty different actually. I mean, you have to clap back a tune, and that's pretty similar, but you also have to do a sing back, where you echo a tune that the examiner plays, just as kind of like a pitch challenge. They'll also do they'll play something twice and they'll change something the second time, and you need to figure out what they've changed. And then you're also going to need to, you don't have to do a playback like with the RCM, but you do have to do a listening exercise where they're going to play something and then they're going to ask you questions about it. So finally, I want to finish by talking about percentages. And we're going to start with the RCM and then with the ABRSM. This is really, really, really similar. Actually, it might even be identical, if I'm remembering correctly, to grade 2. So if you remember that video, we're going to kind of be looking at the same thing. So in RCM, all of your pieces are worth 56%, and they're pretty equal. Your list A and C are worth 16%, and then your list B is worth 18%, to a total of almost your entire passing grade, which is 60. Your technique is out of 24%, so that's 12% for all the scales and stuff, and then the 2 studies are worth 12% each. And then you have ear tests and sight reading, which are each worth 10%, and the passing grade is 60%. The main difference between this and the RCM is the total marks are out of 150, whereas with the RCM, the total marks are out of 100, okay? So you have 3 pieces which are each worth 30 marks. So all of them together are going to be 60% of your overall grade. Then your scales and stuff, 14%. Sight reading is 14%, and ear tests are 12%. So the weighting is actually the weight of the marks are a little bit different than the RCM. Okay, let's just take a look at the syllabus one more time here before we wrap this up. I just want to show you, there's in the syllabus, I'm looking at the RCM one right now, but the same is true with ABRSM. There is a big song list of all the different pieces you can play that are at a grade 3 level in each category, like list A, list B, list C. So check that out if you're looking for new pieces to learn. There's a couple different things you can do. You can buy the specific grade 3 RCM or ABRSM books because they have like a nice diverse collection of all the pieces, and then you don't have to like pick and choose. You don't have to, spend a bunch of time figuring out what pieces that you can learn because they're all going to be in one book and they're all going to be at the right level. And here's what that looks like in the ABRSM. You have a way smaller song list choice. So even if you're just doing an ABRSM exam, I would still encourage you to look at the RCM syllabus just if you're looking for more pieces to learn. It'll give you a few more options that you know are going to be at the right level. So the other thing you can do, if you don't want to buy the RCM or ABRSM books, the official books, what you can do is you can buy the individual books that some of these pieces come from. So for example, you're like, man, I really like Anne Crosby. She's pretty cool. And she has a book called In My Dreams. And all 4 of these pieces from In My Dreams are at a grade 3 level. So you might want to buy that book, or you might want to buy, I don't know, Lyric Waltzes by Glenda Austin, or whatever. I really like doing that because it'll lead to a more interesting piano book collection, which I think is kind of fun. And it also helps to diversify just beyond the standard pieces provided in the grade 3 books. And that is all for today's video. I hope you found this useful. I kind of made this video with the intention of if you're doing a grade 3 exam, you can kind of review this to make sure you're on the right track with everything. Maybe it'll give you an idea of some pieces you want to learn. But even if you're not doing exams, I feel like it's kind of helpful to have a sense of where you are. So even for my students who don't do exams, I like to give them a sense of what grade level they're working through and kind of still go through the grades. It's like, I kind of like treating piano a little bit like school in that regard because I feel like it's nice to have that sense of structure. So anyway, I will wrap this up here. You can come hang out with me on social. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and we're linked below in there if you want to, come hang out. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. You can give it a like if you enjoyed it. Thank you for everyone who helped make these videos possible. Thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys next time.
Привет, Лиса.
What does the A stand for? Advanced Fat Royal Conservatory Music. No. Okay, I don't know.
Hey. Very good.
Hi, and welcome to today's episode of Piano TV. So today I wanted to sit down with you guys and talk about grade 4 piano. We're going to specifically talk about grade 4 in the RCM and the ABRSM. And we're going to talk about how the examination process works. But even if you have no interest in doing exams, this should still give you kind of a framework if you're teaching yourself, or even to give you a little bit more of an understanding of what your teacher's doing when they're assigning you stuff. So we're going to talk about the different song categories. We're going to compare the RCM to the ABRSM. We'll talk about technique, sight reading, ear training, pop music, all that good stuff. So let's get started. Just to give you a sense of timeline, if you started taking piano lessons as a child, this would probably be about your 6th year of piano. Grade 4 roughly corresponds with your 6th year. And it's about half of that if you're an adult student. So 3 or 4 years generally is when you hit grade 4 as an adult. It depends on how much you work. Grade 3 was the first intermediate level piano grade. So everything before that, the preparatory stuff, grade 1 and 2, that's all beginner level. So grade 3 was the first step into intermediate repertoire. And because of that, grade 4 is very similar to grade 3 in terms of what you're working on. It's just more so. So in grade 3, you start sonatinas, for example, and that's a huge hurdle. And a lot of people struggle with that at first. In grade 4, you're still doing classical sonatinas. They're just a pinch more difficult, things like that. So intermediate level is between 3 and 6. And then once you hit grade 7, that's when you would be considered more of an advanced student. I find grade 4 to be a really, really exciting point in any student's piano learning journey. Because in grade 3, everything's a little bit overwhelming. Like grade 3 is a tough year just because the level jumps up quite a bit when you're going from beginner to intermediate. And it's the first year with sonatinas, and that, like I said, it's a big challenge. But by grade 4, you've had a year of that challenge under your belt. So you feel a little bit more ready to tackle those difficult challenges. And the music starts sounding a little bit more rich and more like a real piano music, not just like little kid music. So that's really motivating. I find a lot of students tend to start blossoming around this time. Grade 4 RCM and grade 4 ABRSM start to diverge in terms of difficulty. So they're not entirely equivalent, though they're close. Ultimately, RCM grade 10 is equivalent with ABRSM grade 8, and it's right in the middle around grade 4 where things start to split. So in general, ABRSM grade 4 is a little more difficult than the RCM. You don't have to learn as many pieces, so in a way that part's easier, but pieces at a grade 4 ABRSM level range from grade 4 to 7 level in the RCM. So the pieces themselves tend to be just a little bit more challenging. When you're doing a Royal Conservatory grade 4 exam, you need 5 pieces though. So you need 3 repertoire pieces, just like the ABRSM. List A, List B, List C, and we'll talk about those in a moment. But you also need to learn 2 etudes or studies. In grade 4, the RCM and ABRSM both have 3 categories for pieces at a grade 4 level, List A, B, and C. So we're looking at List A right now. And they're a little bit different in each system. List A pieces in the RCM are Baroque dances. Baroque, it's one of the older eras of music. There are some minuets, just like in grade 3, but there's a lot more pieces in general from Bach's Notebook for Anna Magdalena. This is a classic repertoire collection, and you should definitely pick it up if you're an intermediate student. It's a gold standard. There are other dances at this level, including marches, musettes, airs, and others. There's also a couple Telemann fantasias at this level. Baroque pieces at this level are written in contrapuntal style, which is 2 voices. So they're often really challenging studies of hand independence. This basically just means that instead of the left hand simply playing chord patterns, both hands are playing simultaneous melodies. So over on the ABRSM, List A merges both Baroque and classical repertoire. But there tends to be like a much stronger lean towards classical repertoire. In this section, you're going to see movements from a Haydn sonata, you're going to see Van Hal, Kuhlau, and Clementi sonatinas as well. I say this every time, but List A is almost always the most difficult category for students. Classical and Baroque pieces are the oldest styles we learn on the piano, usually. And because of that, they're the most unfamiliar, and they usually require the most dexterity and hand independence. Next up are the List Bs. In the RCM, this means classical and classical style repertoire. This is where you're going to find all the sonatina movements by Clementi, Diabelli, Gurlitt, and many others. There's also a few other classical selections that aren't sonatinas in this list, like Beethoven's German Dance. I think there's a couple German dances at this level. I can't remember exactly. But sonatinas are challenging compared to other repertoire at this level, like List A's and C's even, because they require a blend of really important but sometimes technically challenging skills and techniques, like being able to play fast scale passages, being able to do cadence patterns, and accompaniment styles like Alberti bass. When I was learning piano, well, I still am, but when I was like in the early stages of learning piano, I was always frustrated by the challenges of classical music, like sonatas and sonatinas. These would be the pieces that I tended to procrastinate on the most. But once I was able to play them, they're usually really, really fun. Like, there's lots of variety. They're often really fast. They take a while to perfect, but they end up being really great show-off pieces once you get them. So over on the ABRSM side, the List B choices are a little different. Since ABRSM's List A was Baroque and classical music, List B is Romantic era, which is 19th century music. Romantic music is generally really well loved because it's expressive and because it's much more similar to modern music because of how chord-based it tends to be. Hoffmann's Scherzo is a well-known tune at this level, though it's actually very difficult. The RCM puts it at a grade 7. We also see Schumann's Merry Peasant from his Opus 68 album from the Young, and then from Tchaikovsky's album from the Young, we have his Mazurka, among others. Finally, we have the List C's. They're pretty similar between the RCM and ABRSM. They both focus on modern 20th and 21st century pieces, but the RCM also includes romantic pieces in this category. In the RCM syllabus, this is an absolutely huge category of music. There's over 100 selections to choose from. So in addition to pieces from Schumann and Tchaikovsky's collections, which we talked about previously, along with other Romantic era composers, you're going to come across modern genres like jazz and blues. You're going to find mood pieces, character pieces. This is the category for guys like Christopher Norton, like Martha Muir, Mike Schoenmel, some of my other favorite modern composers like that. Though the ABRSM's music selection is generally, well, not even generally, is always much smaller, the List C category covers a diverse range from jazz to traditional tunes to early 20th century composers like Kabalevsky. Regardless of whether you use the ABRSM or RCM, though, the List C category is generally the most loved category of the three. The Royal Conservatory of Music requires a fourth and fifth piece to be learned, and these are called studies or etudes. These are just pieces designed around a specific technical concept, like, say, for example, light staccatos, working with fifths, chromatic scales, stuff like that. They vary really widely in style, so they could be old pieces or pretty new pieces. They could be quirky sounding or more traditionally sung, like anything in between. This is the category where you're going to encounter composers from Czerny to Bartók, all the way to modern composers like Schoenmel and Gillock. The fifth and optional category in grade 4 piano RCM are pop pieces. And I don't like to omit this category because it's just a really fun category. It's fun to learn pop music. There is a separate pop syllabus for the Royal Conservatory, which is on the screen here, and I've linked it over on the blog. But basically, if you do an exam, you have the option of substituting one of these pop songs on this list for one etude. So you can play a pop song that's either at your grade level, so in this case 4, or the grade immediately higher, grade 5. And that gives you lots and lots of interesting, awesome music to choose from. You have lots of fun choices in this category, everything from really, jazzy standards like Fly Me to the Moon to rock music like Aerosmith's Dream On, which I guess is the Glee version, to, Mary Poppins, to Christopher Norton. There's tons of good stuff to choose from here. So all of that is, in a nutshell, every repertoire selection for an exam. So let's move on to other important categories when you're looking at grade 4 piano in the RCM and ABRSM. First, let's talk about technique. RCM grade 4 sees us continuing to do 2-octave hands together scales in major, melodic, and harmonic minor keys. Just like in grade 3, there's a 2-octave formula pattern to contend with, but the one for grade 4 is obviously more challenging. This time it's in a harmonic minor pattern as opposed to a major pattern. The biggest changes, though, from RCM grade 3 to 4 are that the triads are now played hands together, and arpeggios make their first appearance. This is the first time that they appear in the syllabus at all. You don't have to do arpeggios in RCM grade 3 or anything like that, but they do appear earlier in ABRSM. With ABRSM technique, you also need to be able to play scales hands together in the form of melodic, harmonic, and major scales. One big difference from the RCM, though, is that you also need to be able to play them hands separately. Unlike the RCM, there are no triads at this level in ABRSM, just hands together and hands separate arpeggios. And the biggest change between grade 3 and 4 here is that all of the arpeggios are to be played either, like both, hands together or hands separately, and same with the chromatic scales. So we've talked about the repertoire, we've talked about technique. That makes up the majority of your learning and practice, but there are 2 more important categories that we shouldn't overlook, and that is sight reading and ear training. Sight reading involves basically reading a fragment on the piano off the cuff. The RCM sight reading for this level is quite a bit easier than the ABRSM sight reading requirements. Expect what you sight read to be 4 measures long in common major and minor keys like C, G, D, and F major. And then the minor keys would be A, E, and D. With time signatures that are simple, common times like either 3/4, 4/4, and the rhythm won't be any more complicated than 8 notes. You also need to sight read a rhythm for the RCM grade 4 exam by tapping a steady beat based on something you're reading. This is also going to be 4 measures, but the rhythm is going to be slightly more complicated, just because you don't have to actually play it on the piano. You're going to see up to dotted 8th notes and 16th notes here. Then we have the ear tests. In the RCM, you have to listen to the examiner play something and then clap back the rhythm. You have to be able to identify interval distances. You have to be able to tell the difference between major and minor chords. You also need to be able to pick out specific notes in that chord, like the root, 3rd, and 5th. And finally, you'll have to play back a short little ditty that the examiner plays. These are generally like one-handed, they're really short little excerpts. For the ABRSM, you'll do a melodic playback by imitating something on the piano, just like the RCM, or you have the option of doing a melodic sing-back, which is, instead of playing on the piano, you sing what the examiner plays on the piano. New to grade 4 is being able to sing 5 notes a cappella, so no accompaniment, from a score. So the examiner is going to like play an opening chord, and then you listen to that chord so you get the key in your head, and then you have to kind of just freeform sing something for music. The examiner will play something on the piano and then ask you some questions about it. And then another thing in this test, in the ear exam, that kind of sounds like that sounds like a doctor's permit. In the ear portion of the test, you'll do a clap back. So the examiner will play something and then you clap for them back. Finally, let's talk percentages and how if you take an actual exam, they're going to be graded. So we have the RCM, the ABRSM on both sides. So starting with the RCM, these percentages are actually the exact same as they were for both grades as grade 3. So there's nothing new or different here from the previous year. The list B piece in the RCM is worth the most. It's worth 18% of your overall mark, where the other two are worth 16. And an extra 6%, this is like an easy bonus. An extra 6% is awarded for memory, which is 2% per song. That's something that you don't see in the ABRSM. All the techniques, so scales and stuff, are worth 12%, and the 2 studies or etudes are worth 6% each. So those like extra 2 pieces aside from list A, B, and C really don't contribute a ton to your overall mark. And then you have 10% each for ear test and sight reading. And a pass is 60. And over on the ABRSM side, they weight it a little bit differently. So the total marks are 150 instead of 100, and you need at least 100 marks to pass, which ends up being a pass of 66%. So it's actually a little bit more challenging to pass an ABRSM exam. Each of the different lists, list A, B, and C, are weighted equally with the ABRSM. They're each worth 30 points, which would be 20% of your overall mark. Technique is worth 14%, sight reading is worth 14%, then ear tests are worth the least for 12%. I just want to make one more note on the RCM syllabus. They have a giant song.
Если честно, да, я готов даже в долгах сидеть, чтобы просто покупать что-то. Ну, по большому счету, но это невыгодно. Ну, наверное, может, выгодно. Ну, я тоже так мыслю. Ну, это некрасиво просто. Так, да. А как у тебя жена будет, как ты будешь ее содержать? На шее у водички свои, да. В ее хате, да, потому что докажешь, что ты, да, достоин быть полным человеком, да. Ну, это вся херня, это все свои сапы. Важно, что ты мужик или не мужик. Понимаешь? То есть, ну, хорошо, это просто мы опустим, да. Ну, гордость, шмордость, это все не важно. Потому что с этим можно смириться. Я как человек, ну, как бы, инвалид, больной, да, ну, или как угодно. Да, вот я понял. Смириться можешь, мужчина смиряется практически со всем постепенно. Только самое главное, что для тебя, вот то, что для тебя свято, оно не должно быть. Вот с этим смиряться нельзя, если там какие-то проблемы. И оно находится в области мечтаний и работы и труда, понимаешь? Вот как Чайковский. И это очень опасное место, потому что тебе надо очень хорошо подготовиться. Ну, как бы, да, и хорошо, да, потому что можно просто, да, взять и убить себя или остаться, или быть бабой. Ну, что, в принципе, так, как бы, ни о чем. Да, тут тоже, хотя, мне ли, знаете, понимаю, ну, это так воспринимается, я так на мир смотрю. Люди, которые, да, мужики, которые так не проросли, скажем так. И, да, и болеют потом, скажем. Возможно, самоинструкция тоже, да. Потому что это не, понимаешь, это нехорошо. И потом кто-нибудь придет, Путин придет, скажет, за бабки продайся, душу дьяволу отдай. Ой, да ладно, все уже хочет. Пусть поесть нахуй дашь ко мне, что-нибудь, да. Отдохнуть, хоть отдохнуть что-то. Это даже не шутка, это, знаешь, ты уже понимаешь меня, что ли? Ну, почти что понял уже, почти. Вот я тебе и говорю, да. Ну, выражаясь так, понимает он тебя, да. То есть и некому предъявить, потому что у тебя искра таланта, зерно внутри, созидания какого-то, да, а ты отдыхаешь. То есть червяки не отдыхают, червяки вот так вот одеваются, то есть в природе, да. А ты живешь как червяк, будучи человеком, понимаешь? То есть как бы центральной нервной системы и так далее, понимаешь? Да. Поэтому широки святые, а ты недостоин жизни. Да, прости. Пожалуйста. Нет, тут ничего, ну смотри, понимаете. Только вот с этим, ну да, ну смотри, ты, да. Потому что еще есть такая штука. Ты как бы смеешься, но это все понарошку. Ты здесь, короче, понты, здесь понты. А ты такой сдулся, потому что у тебя ничего не надо, у тебя святое место пустое, понимаешь? Там черти налетели, и все, да, понимаешь? Все, и все, да, ты так, то есть, ну, понимаешь. Да, то есть, и потом еще хуже будет. Вот сядут на тебя и, да, и погонять будут там, и никуда ты не денешься, да. И так бывает очень часто, поэтому все, да, что не надо понимать, да. Да. Поэтому это единственное настоящее, и тут ты свободен полностью, да. Что-то я делаю. Понял меня теперь, да. Что надо, то и делаю. Что надо мне, что надо, потому что я не могу хотеть то, что не надо людям, да. Да, понимаю. Ну да. Спасибо, благородно, да, понимаю, да. Ладно, да. Нормально, то есть как бы все было, да, и это прямо сейчас всегда происходит. Да. Нет, это не пугалка, это просто. Да. Нет, ну просто. Да ничего такого страшного нет, наверное. Как-то, ну да. Ну, нужно лучше, чтобы вот не смеяться с тем, что ну, или в тебе. С тем, что у тебя ничего святого нет. Потому что что ты будешь делать? Если у тебя ничего святого, воевать вот куда ты идешь, в лучшем случае. И в худшем, наоборот. Да, понимаешь? Ну, что это трудно, да, понимаешь? Ну ладно, ничего. Это приятно. Ладно. Согласен. К себе вопрос. Ну, я таланты знаю, не знаю, надо будет все так, ладно. Да.
List of all the pieces you can play to grade
Ой,
4
да,
level,
я тебе говорю,
each
что
category, list A, list B, so on. Definitely check that out. If you want to, you can buy like the grade 4 RCM books, or if you're doing ABRSM, you can buy the grade 4 ABRSM books. And this is convenient because all the pieces are at the exact same level, so there's no guesswork. However, another route to go is to get the books that have these grade 4 pieces in them. These books often have a variety of pieces at all different levels. So, you know, maybe you really like Susan Alcon, you can check out her wind chimes collection. And that's going to have probably like 7 to 10 pieces in it. And they're going to be varying levels, but probably all in like intermediate phase. This leads to a more interesting piano book collection. So I really like using this as a reference when I'm looking for new music to check out. Just something you might want to take a look at. So that's all for today's overview video. And in the next video, I'm going to share with you some of my favorite grade 4 piano books. So you can stay tuned for that. If this is, you know, if you're around this level, if you want to get into grade 4 music and stuff like that. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Please give it a thumbs up if you did. You can subscribe if you haven't already. And then you can go hop on my social media. You can check them out on the cards at the end of this video. And visit me on Patreon if you feel like it. And in the description bar below, you can also come check out the blog post where all of these lists and stuff will be posted for you to just kind of have for reference. Anyway, catch you later.
Ну, наверное, что-то печальное происходит с ней.
I just want to let that yawn free.
Ладно, да. Ну, я так только считал. Что там такое? Что там такое? Адвокатов надо. Даже похож на какой-то на серьезный. Это меня что, хватит тоже интересно. Какой-нибудь?
Волшебные пейзажи, бесконечный покой и отдых. Венгрия и зимой гарантируют вам незабываемые впечатления.
Добро пожаловать на маркет Теле2. Здесь наши абоненты друг другу минуты и гигабайты могут продавать и покупать.
Теперь каждый купленный гигабайт ждет два.
Их там, ну, может быть,
Их давно уже нет. Уже
ну,
3
как
года
нет? Ну как нет, когда мы
Просто нет.
Мы вот в прошлый раз в этой студии, вот, это чей флаг? Это что?
Флаг,
украинский
да,
флаг?
но нету националистских флагов. Уже давно сформировали.
Ну,
Флаг,
понятно,
да.
это Белецкому скажет. Да, понятно.
Нет
Вот
их.
в этом танке сидят, конечно, там какие-то
Военные.
домохозяйки.
И батальона Азов тоже нет.
Да, это часть украинской армии.
Вот
Давно нету
вот
националистов.
они могут устроить провокацию. Они могут устроить провокацию, и это будет самое неприятное, потому что республикам, естественно, придется отвечать. А любой конфликт имеет тенденцию развиваться по спирали, и вот тогда нам придется, наверное, вмешаться. В этом неоднократно
Ну, и,
говорил
кстати,
президент.
возраст человека, да, помнишь? Когда тебе там, ну, год-два было, да? Тоже как спираль получается, да? То есть, потому что вот 1 сантиметр в начале спирали и 1 сантиметр в середине, и 1 сантиметр в конце спирали, да, понимаешь? То есть это как бы разные совсем сантиметры, понимаешь? Да? Ну, да, понял уже, да. То есть делаешь такую проекцию на тот сантиметр, который там, да, то есть вообще несопоставимо, там такое вот получается, да. Ну, что, нет, уж свои. Поэтому, наверное, да. Ну ладно. Тушит свет уже.
И так и будет. Но хотелось бы, конечно, этого избежать. И я очень надеюсь, что сегодня в Париже советники о чем-то договорятся.
А вы имеете в виду, простите, что я перебил, когда говорите вмешаться с сапогом, да, прийти туда?
Не
Потому
обязательно
что
сапогом. Нет, не обязательно.
сейчас
сапогом.
тоже речь идет об вооружении.
Ну,
То есть мы сможем
вооружение.
сажать те же самые байрактары,
Ну,
мы сможем
Пушилин правильно сказал.
воздействовать другим системам.
Им нужна защита, собственно, от воздуха. Это средства ПВО, может быть, средства РЭП. Я не буду фантазировать.
Это радиоэлектронная борьба.
Да, радиоэлектронная борьба – это действительно прерогатива Генерального штаба, Верховного Главнокомандующего. Будет принято решение, мы будем, так сказать, уже совершенно очевидно знать.
Такое решение, по-вашему, оно погасит напряжение или, наоборот, разожжет конфликт?
Вы знаете, трудно сказать. Оно, с одной стороны, придаст уверенности, конечно, республикам, но, с другой стороны, это может открыть, так сказать, шлюзы для еще больших поставок вооружения на Украину. Поэтому я лично не берусь однозначно утверждать, что это было бы стопроцентно в нынешней обстановке, так сказать, естественное решение. Но решать президенту, поэтому я думаю, что он примет правильное решение. Теперь я еще раз повторяю, хотелось бы верить, что сегодня в Париже все-таки, тем более, что американцы обещали, что Байден обещал Путину, что он заставит, уговорит, или я не знаю, какое там слово было употреблено английское, убедит украинскую сторону все-таки выполнить Минские соглашения, по крайней мере,
Единственный, кто это видит.
Это уже не раз.
ну, первую часть. Речь идет о первых 3 пунктах. Это прекращение огня, отвод тяжелых вооружений. Это
Пила уже давно.
ну, конечно. Вот, поэтому посмотрим. И что касается вот ответа Байдена, я думаю, что это будет, я так предполагаю, что это будет не просто ответ Байдена Путина, это будет консолидированный ответ Запада на наши предложения. И это будет не ответ на поставленные вопросы по пунктам, как нам хотелось бы, аргументированные ответы по каждому пункту наших предложений, а это, скорее всего, будет, так сказать, перечень встречных озабоченностей коллективного Запада.
Ты дурак, сам дурак.
Нет, не ты дурак, сам дурак. Ну, в частности, вот сейчас я говорю, вот в экспертной среде это очень широко сейчас обсуждается. Вот, например, там статья 4 основополагающего акта, который упомянут в наших предложениях, да, там речь идет о том, что стороны обязуются не размещать дополнительные, существенные вооруженные силы на территории стран новых членов. Но мы требуем, чтобы в соответствии с этим пунктом все, скажем так, формирования, которые были размещены на территориях новых членов после 1997 года, были выведены.
Военный оркестр могут оставить.
Военный оркестр, ну да, наверное. Но Запад считает, хотя это и не прописано напрямую, но они считают, что этот пункт 4 относится и к нашей стороне. Поэтому, несмотря на то, что Россия брала просто обязательства по сдержанности в Калининграде, в Псковской области, они считают, что мы должны тогда вывести все свои вооруженные силы, скажем так, из Абхазии, Южной Осетии. Ну,
чтобы их следили с потрохами?
Нет. Ну, это другое дело, но они считают, что это их озабоченность. Я просто вам говорю, что сейчас обсуждается вот в западном экспертном сообществе. Для нас это неприемлемо.
Сигналы очень противоречивые приходят, потому что Нед Прайс сегодня прокомментировал ситуацию и сказал, что мы не удивим Россию, ничего там такого не будет, что вы не видели ранее. С другой стороны, Госдепартамент буквально за несколько минут до нашего эфира выпустил сообщение о том, что нет даже причин для того, чтобы передавать Украине план вступления в НАТО.
Все правильно.
В обозримом будущем.
Поэтому обсуждается идея моратория от 5 до 25 лет, обсуждается вопрос, так сказать, госдоговора по типу Австрии. Очень много вариантов, лишь бы не принимать на себя юридические обязательства по отказу от политики открытых дверей.
Тем не менее, каждая из сторон ставки очень и очень сильно повысила к сегодняшнему дню. CNN про размещение дополнительных войск в Европе.
США и ряд их союзников ведут переговоры о размещении дополнительных тысяч военнослужащих.
Валя, знаешь, такой чувак был?
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you all for coming out here for our next installment of the Evening at Egan series. Tonight we have Mahler, Modernism and Resurrection, presented to us by Kyle Wiley Pickett, the music director of the Juno Symphony, and Robin Walls, Associate Professor of History here at UAS. And I don't know how much introduction they need, but I will give it. Kyle Pickett has been described as one of America's most exciting and charismatic young conductors. He holds a doctorate of music. He holds a doctorate of musical arts conferred by the Peabody Conservatory in Baltimore and was appointed music director of the Juno Symphony in the year 2000. He's also the music director of the North State Symphony in Northern California. So we're very lucky to be sharing him. Over the past 9 seasons, he has fostered the Juno Symphony and has brought it to a new level of artistry, and has also introduced the popular Conversations with a Conductor series of pre-performance talks. And if any of you have been fortunate enough to hear any of them, you know what an engaging speaker Maestro Pickett is. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with him, and I say this as a singer in the Juno Symphony Chorus. So, his co-presenter tonight is Robin Walls, who earned his PhD in history at the University of California in Davis, and teaches many history courses for us here, including histories, history surveys, modern history surveys and others, and upper division courses that include European intellectual history, history of the Holocaust, and European popular culture. His book, Pulp Surrealism, Popular Culture in Early 20th Century France, was published by the University of California Press in 2000. He's published many other essays and articles on what he calls French criminals, detectives, and avengers. And this includes an introduction to the classic 1911 crime novel Fantôme, which is translated in English now. He has also translated a surrealist crime parody called The Death of Nick Carter from French into English, and it's really good. You should find it and read it. And Robin Walls plays the cello in the Juno Symphony. And so without further ado, I will turn this evening over to the dynamic duo. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Nina. I mentioned on the radio last night, thinking of this evening in baseball metaphor, it's playoff time. So we're in the 8th inning here, and I'm the setup man, and then Kyle's going to be the closer. Let's see here. We'll get going here. I want to start off tonight just taking a couple minutes to talk about how my prelude, my encounter, my own personal encounter with hearing Mahler's Second Symphony, the symphony I'll be doing next weekend for the first time. And I was living in San Francisco at the time. I think it was 1986. And Herbert Blumstedt was the conductor of the San Francisco Symphony at the time. And this woman down here is named Susan McCarthy. She was a friend. And she was singing in the chorus. And she was telling me about this. And she says, we're doing Mahler's second. You really got to come. And I said, yeah, I would. And it was Sunday afternoon. It was around noon or so. And I realized if I didn't hop on the bus and make it to Davies Hall, I wasn't going to hear it at all. This was it, the matinee. It was the last chance. And so I rushed. I got in. Everybody was already seated. I'm running. I'm up in the nosebleed section. I had to run up all those flights of, ramps and stuff. And the ushers let me in. Luckily, the music hadn't started yet. But and I sit down and just in time for the symphony to start, and I had one of those Pavlovian responses of being when I was a student and I'd go to concerts, which is I'd go in and I instantly fall asleep, and or it's not really a fall asleep, it's you kind of fade in and out. I don't know if you've had that experience in symphony. You just kind of get caught up in this dream thing. And then, and it's a really long symphony. And then at a certain point, this works. Oh no. Wakes me up, wakes me up. It's the beginning of the 5th movement. And in the 5th movement, there's a lot of loud and then softs and other things like this. And then I'm kind of, my dream state has become kind of a state of awareness at a certain point. And then there's this certain point, and it's going to be super soft, so we have to be really quiet. Okay, I'll just tell you about it. You'll get it for yourself. You'll get it from Kyle too, which is there's this point in which the chorus comes in. And everything's been so loud. And the chorus came in, and it was so soft. And I just completely came apart. I just started sobbing right in my seat in the thing. And those of you who know me, I'm not a particularly effusive person. I mean, I get chastised for being like all head, and you know, there's a heart there somewhere, but I don't wear it on my sleeve. And what I realized, and the point was, where I'm going with this story, is that I didn't even know this symphony was called the Resurrection Symphony. And there I am totally caught up in what's going on in this piece of music. I had no idea what I was going to. And at this moment, it happened. It completely happened for me. And this is where I'm going to go with the modernism. I'm going to talk. Mahler had his effect on me. That's what I'm trying to say. And he did it not because I knew what I was going to, not because I didn't understand any of the words. I couldn't even tell what the words were that were being sung. And yet the effect was total and it was complete. Okay. Now I've got 3 sets of slides here to go through, and I want to talk about Mahler's biography a little bit first. Then I'm going to give you a really, really kind of quick version of what modernism is, and then wrap up with the sort of connections between Mahler and modernism, or some of them that I came across that I like very much. Gustav Mahler was born in July of 1860 in the town of Iglau. It's in Bohemia, then called Bohemia. He was the second of 14 children born to Bernard Mahler and Marie Hermann. His father had been a coachman, but he saved up and became the owner of his own small off-sales distillery. His mother was burdened by housework and her multiple pregnancies. 8 of their children died in infancy or in early childhood. She was also abused emotionally, if not physically, by her husband, definitely emotionally. Now, Bernard's influences on Mahler, first of all, Gustav detested his father for being abusive toward his mother. He never forgave him for that. Even as late as April 1910, in his famous stroll with Freud, the time that he spent 4 hours with Freud on a walk, and complained about his father and his father's abuse toward his mother. But his father also positively instilled him with a love of the German language and culture. At this time, Bohemia was part of a vast Austrian empire, which was a multi-ethnic and multilinguistic conglomeration of peoples that today make up the countries of the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and there were also multiple ethnic communities in addition of Poles, Ukrainians, Romanians, Italians, Jews, and Roma Gypsies. Okay, so you have all these peoples and cultures. The ethnic roots of the Mahler family were in the local Jewish community, and Bernard was an active member of it, but he was a secularized Jew. He prided himself as a liberal, free-thinking intellectual, preferring urban German language and philosophy to the rural Czech culture of the region where they were located. As a child, therefore, Gustav was raised speaking German as a first language, although he also received an Orthodox education. And he also developed a love of folk poetry, particularly the anthology Days from Alvin and Wunderhorn, which you're going to hear about, where they use magic horn. And Mahler would later rework some of those simple poems into his early symphonies, including the alto solo of the 4th movement of the 2nd symphony. In adulthood, however, like his father, Mahler would come to think of himself primarily as a modern, as a composer, conductor, artist, and intellectual, more than someone who sought roots in any particular ethnic cultural tradition. Bernard's also the one who introduced Gustav to music by bringing home a pianoforte, an early version, or a parlor version of the 19th century that Gustav had discovered in his grandparents' attic, and then his father arranged for him to have music lessons. By age 4, Gustav had mastered scales and the keyboard, but his father wanted him to be a virtuoso like Mozart. At age 10, Gustav gave his first public concert, which was well received, enough so that his father arranged for him to attend music conservatory in Prague. Although his musical progress there was slow, unremarkable, and then the next part happens. He has some formative musical influences when he enters the Vienna Conservatory in September 1875. In Vienna, he found himself being instructed by some of the finest music teachers in Vienna. He received piano lessons from Julius Epstein. harmony from, he said the harmony of Rachel, Robert Fuchs, Rachel Fuchs, and composition by Franz Krenn. In addition to his conservatory studies, he attended university lectures on art, history, and music, most notably those by Austrian composer Anton Bruckner. And while he was never a pupil of Bruckner's, Mahler and some of his conservatory colleagues were sort of befriended and adopted by Bruckner, spent time with them, and had a big influence on him as a result. Upon completing conservatory in 1878, Mahler joined the Pennersdorfer Circle, which was an intellectual and political group of young people under the intellectual sway of Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and above all, Richard Wagner. The notion of German musical genius embodied in Bruckner and Wagner appealed greatly to Mahler, and it furthered his trajectory toward secularization, assimilation, and modernity. Still, he was continually aware of his outsider status throughout his life. He was fond of saying, "I'm thrice homeless, as a Bohemian in Austria, an Austrian among Germans, as a Jew throughout the world, everywhere an intruder, never welcomed." Mahler also began composing during these years. He wrote something called a Nordic Symphony. We don't have it anymore. And his earliest
Hey everyone, it's Thomas DeLauer, and we're going to break down the 5 best veggies for a ketogenic diet. Now, I've built this list based on specific criteria. Okay, we've looked at the net carb content, the fiber content, and the protein ratio. Then I also looked at convenience, how easy and attainable are these veggies, is it easy to get them. Okay, then of course we look at different antioxidant effects, but also effects on, well, the bowels, because quite frankly, you're probably eating veggies to try to go to the bathroom a little bit more and get some roughage. And on keto, we have to be careful with that. So we'll talk about asparagus, we'll talk about broccoli, we'll talk about some more obscure ones like chlorella and even fennel, but very strategic uses of them. And then we'll also talk about how we can modulate our hormones and how we can control different things with these veggies. And then lastly, we'll finish up with one that's very, very widely used, but I'm not going to tell you until the end. All right, before we dive in, make sure you hit that red subscribe button and then hit that little bell icon so you never ever miss a daily video. Number 1 is going to be asparagus. Okay, asparagus is a 1-1-1 when it comes down to our net carb, fiber, and protein ratio. The reason asparagus makes the list, however, isn't because it's low in carbs. Yes, it is. That's great. But it's easy to get. You don't have to get it organic. It's not one of those that you really need to find organic. But additionally, it's very high in something known as quercetin. Quercetin is a unique antioxidant, 6.5 times more powerful than vitamin C once it's in the blood plasma, once it's actually there. Now, what it does is it binds to reactive oxygen species. It binds to toxins within the body, but it also has an effect on what is called nuclear factor kappa B. What that is sort of the genetic kind of top level of inflammation. So it turns off or kind of mitigates inflammation from the top down, which is a very powerful thing when you're on a ketogenic diet. So we have to pay attention to that. But there's a very important thing you need to know about quercetin. Quercetin, once it binds with a toxin or binds with oxidative damage or oxidative stress, right? When it binds with a reactive oxygen species, it turns into quercetin quinone, which is toxic, and the body needs to then process that. In order to process this toxic byproduct of, well, toxic destroying, we need glutathione in our body, and glutathione needs methionine, which is a specific amino acid. So one of my recommendations is to always consume asparagus with a protein. Don't just consume it on its own, because then you could end up with an abundance of this byproduct toxin. Now, the proteins that you want to consume with it are going to be things like shrimp, crab, tuna, and actually turkey, believe it or not, even though I'm not the biggest fan of turkey, just because it's so high in methionine. So I just recommend pairing it with that so you get the most out of it. Now, if you're just looking for a big quercetin boost, it's not on the list, but capers, just fun fact, have the highest amount of quercetin of any green that's out there. Next up on the list is my personal favorite, which is broccoli. Heck out of it. Now, if you're just looking for a big quercetin boost, it's not on the list, but capers, just fun fact, have the highest amount of quercetin of any green that's out there. Next up on the list is my personal favorite, which is broccoli. That makes the list not because of its macro ratio, but because of specific compounds within it. Okay, so its overall net carb fiber protein ratio is 4, 2.5, 2.5. So not all that great. It has a fair bit of carbs in it, but it makes the list because of sulforaphane. Now, sulforaphane is widely known as an anti-cancer. Okay, so the Asia Pacific Journal of Cancer has proven that sulforaphane definitely has some powerful effects when it comes to mitigating cancer, but that's not really why I'm talking about it. Sulforaphane has a powerful effect on the gut. Okay, so here's an interesting study. It took a look at people that consumed broccoli sprouts versus alfalfa. Alfalfa sprouts in the exact same amount. They found that those that consumed the broccoli sprouts had a significant improvement in overall gut motility, bowel movements, and overall intestinal health. Okay, that's because of the sulforaphane. So what we're after here is trying to get as much overall gut motility and movement as we can with the most minimal amount of actual fiber and carbs coming in from veggies. The other thing that we have to look at is the cruciferous component, okay, especially for men. Cruciferous vegetables convert into something known as indole-3 carbinol and diindole methane within the body. That is something that combats excess estrogen, or rather, it helps you metabolize the estrogen. It helps your liver metabolize the excess estrogen, so you have less aromatization, you have less potential puffiness, and potential fat storage from that estrogenic method. Anyhow, let's not dive into that too much. I want to move into the next. Now, this next one is wild, and it doesn't even really need a macronutrient breakdown because it doesn't really have it too much, and that's chlorella. Chlorella makes the list predominantly because it is so convenient. Okay, chlorella is something that you consume in a powder form, you consume in a tablet form, extremely rich in chlorophyll. That's what's giving it that green, like really dark green look. Okay, very, very, very powerful antioxidant, but more so than that, we also have a nice overall vitamin profile. So if you're on a ketogenic diet, you're probably losing a fair bit of energy-producing B vitamins because you lose water. Okay, you tend to urinate a lot on a ketogenic diet. So in the case of vitamin B12, you lose a lot of that. Well, we have 300% the daily recommended allowance of vitamin B12 in just one simple serving of chlorella. So it's great for that. But more important than that, if you're consuming seafood or you're consuming foods that are somewhat processed, you might need help chelating the excess heavy metals. Okay, so like you eat tuna, yes, there's going to be mercury in tuna. We know that. Okay, well, it turns out that chlorella chelates to those metals and helps you pass them through. So it can contribute to sort of cleaning up the body if you want to look at it like that. One of the big reasons that I like chlorella is even though it doesn't have carbs or anything.
Нет. В это есть там.
Like that, it has a tiny bit of omega-3s in it coming from that algal form, that algae form. So it's a pure, really powerful omega-3 that really supports the brain. Very important on a ketogenic protocol. But one of the things that I like to focus on too with chlorella is it's such a powerful antioxidant. It's been shown in some case studies to improve LDL levels. Now, it's going to improve the LDL levels because it's going to potentially reduce the oxidized LDL. Okay, oxidized LDL is the thing we have to worry about. Sure, we can have some concern over LDL, but on a ketogenic diet, it's not uncommon for LDL levels to go up a little bit more because you're consuming more fats. What we don't want is that LDL to be hanging around in the body for a long time, getting oxidized by reactive oxygen species. So we need to neutralize that. So what this does is it's going to end up coming in and potentially neutralizing those reactive oxygen species, making it so we run less of a risk of that LDL becoming oxidized. Now, I do have a solid recommendation for chlorella. I put a link down below for a company called Energy Bits. I've known Catherine over at Energy Bits for a really long time, long before keto was ever even popular, but I've been using it for a very long time simply because whether you're keto or not, chlorella is just a very convenient way. So they have it in really cool little tabs that you can bring the pack with you. You just take chlorella tabs, you pair it with your meals, you take it on the road, you take it just when you feel like you need it. There's also some immune boosting properties. So when you're traveling and you're trying to get your greens in, it's better than having to mix up some kind of like green drink or anything like that. Those have their place, but I would much rather be able to take a chlorella tablet that can potentially help me with neutralizing toxins and help me with the overall just reactive oxygen species that are in my body that are a result of traveling. So when you're on the go, things like that, that's why it makes the list. Super convenient. So special link down below. You can save some money by using that link down below as well. So make sure that you check Energy Bits out after you finish watching the rest of this video. This next green makes the list because it has a unique compound in it that once again is good to, well, kind of get things moving, okay? So the overall ratio on this one is going to be 4:3:1, which isn't amazing, but it's also not terrible. But you don't need much. Much of it. It's phenol. See, what phenol is going to do for you is it has something in it called anethol. And this anethol is an antispasmodic. So what that means is it's going to keep the intestinal wall from spasming up. What that means is you're going to be able to have things move a little bit smoother. When your muscles in your intestinal tract lock up, that's when you become constipated. That's when you have issues. So if we can simply kind of nudge them to just be a little bit looser, then things move along a little bit better. I say this kind of like a broken record because when you're on keto, yeah, you tend to kind of combat a little bit of constipation if you're not getting a lot of your hydration in and things like that. For what it's worth, anethol also has a bunch of anti-cancer effects, but we don't need to go into detail on that video. There's just some very interesting studies coming out there. The next one on the list is spinach, and it's on the list because it's so dang easy to get. But more important than that, it does have loads of vitamin A, which is very, very important on keto. Also, of course, has a good amount of vitamin C. Also has a ton of vitamin K, which is going to ultimately help magnesium do its job, but also help calcium get into the bones where it needs to go, and also allows vitamin D to do its job a little better. So it's a lot of benefit there. But one of the reasons that it's is simply because even when it's heated and cooked down, it tends to preserve a lot of its overall mineral value and vitamin value. So you can cook that sucker up and get a concentrated amount of it and really just be off to the races. So I usually recommend cooking up a little bit of spinach, putting in your eggs, because 1 cup of spinach cooked is like that much. At the end of the day, what we're really after is what actually gets in our body. And when you're cooking most vegetables, you're losing a lot of vitamins, you're losing a lot of minerals. So spinach is easy to get, it retains its vitamins, and it works perfect on keto with probably the best ratio of 1, 2, and 3. Lots of protein in that sucker. As always, I'll see you tomorrow.
Work with
Творец, звезда.
Чем проблема-то? Тупорылый Facebook, чего с ним выключается? Так это и есть самое.
Нет, я не знаю, нет.
Меры посещения отложились.
Нет.
Я уже. Понял, что? Понял? Нет?
Если это как говорит.